Oh, hello. Puppy cam's on the go. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. I guess I will turn up. There we go. There's me. Beautiful. You got the real star of the show. Right. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're well. I got to kill some rares first thing this morning. We got to keep the routine ticking over. We can't be slacking on the routine. As much as killing rares in the Undermine is something that we have absolutely smashed out the park over the last few months, it does still bring in a lot of gold, so we got to do it. We got to do it. Right, who we got here? We got Slugger. Some of these rares have not killed it even the weekly this week, so I'm yeah, a little bit behind. A little bit behind. Slugger's not actually there. That was a lie. Oh, it's not a lie. It's that my group thing's not working properly. Hang on. Technical issues. Technicals. We do one of these. We do one of these. We do one of these. Do one of these. And we do one of these. Now, all of a sudden, it should work. Bingo. Connections made. Right, I'm hoping since it's 11 o'clock, the puppy's going to take a little bit of a nap. Hoping that's the case now. Usually does, but she has had some absolutely outrageous zoomies this morning. So yeah, absolutely crazy zoomies. Do you even pick a cartel anymore? Honestly, I forget half the time. I absolutely should. Pulled a muscle last night whilst exercising in my neck. I look like Stephen Hawking's. I guess no workout for me for a while. One of the I mean, for starters, get well soon, obviously. Rest up and all of that. One of the downsides of sitting on a computer for so long is that your shoulders and neck will just get stiff and tight. And you'll, yeah, you will catch a few injuries if you're not careful. I've done it a few times. Yeah? Look after yourself. Rest up.
Watch your back. See you around.
Good stuff. And don't let them work you overtime.
Do that again tomorrow anyway. Right, where are these rares then? Any rares? They're all on the same shard? They're not all totally on the same shard. Little dog. Little dog. No, that's Nipsu's tail. Stop trying to pull Nipsu's tail. The dog is... Almu is getting in real terrorist mode at the moment. Unbelievable. There actually seems to be no rares up. This is many levels of sad. Many levels of sad. 74, 23, 74, 25. Why do I not have the rare tracker showing on here? Where's the name tracker one? Rare tracker even. Rare tracker. Yeah. Well, now what's she eating? Alice, don't eat the wall. Hang on, please hold. Please hold. Sorry, it's absolute chaos already this morning. Absolute chaos. Stumbled across an old blog post from Blizzard saying that we'll get housing stuff from the meta achievements. Somehow I missed that. Back to BFA I go. Yeah, they did once upon a time talk about the meta achievements, yeah. Is that we intend to offer Deca rewards for past expansion meta achievements. A World Awoken, Back from the Beyond, Farewell to Arms, to name the 3 currently available. you think you might be a decor completionist, it's worth starting these in your downtime. Yeah, they said something very similar for the professions as well. That was their first blog post, I think. But very well reminded. Very well reminded. That was the hint that a lot of us took to assume that we, will be getting decor items via achievements in general. They clearly wanted to highlight the big past expansion meta achievements, but it also wouldn't surprise me if players like Annie Fuchsia end up having significantly more pieces of decor to choose from than others. Those who have 20, 30, 40,000 achievement points will be having access to a few more bits and pieces, I'm sure. I must admit, the BFA meta achievement, I can't remember what was happening at the time, but I never really got into it all that deeply. Now, I think I did a reasonable amount of the BFA meta achievement back in BFA, to be fair, but there's still going to be some odd bits and pieces that... Or what I'm trying to say here is I played BFA enough to think I've probably got a good amount of it already done, but... Old Lawmasters as well. Oh, probably. It wouldn't... I mean, that's a... Them retrofitting decor items to achievements seems like a very sensible thing for them to do. So much so, the professions even. They added these profession achievements in Dragonflight, don't forget, to a very, very lukewarm audience. But I would not be overly surprised if some of the recipes for crafted decor come from these achievements. I really would not be surprised. So part of my wanting to get every profession maxed is obviously first getting the professions leveled up, but I do have a sneaky feeling that some of these achievements for each of the individual professions will have reward, crafting decor recipe thing, something, It could definitely be a thing. Archaeology seems like a bit of a slam dunk for decor items. Annoyingly, I agree. That I could easily see them put loads of decor stuff in archaeology. Which is... It will be on our list to finish it. Is TSM going to become relevant again? Interestingly, if past expansion stuff takes a big boom, then yeah, having your TSM set up accordingly. I uninstalled TSM the other day. I didn't notice until night time. How did you manage to uninstall TSM? I didn't notice until night time, other than my mailbox looking weird. I've said for a while, it doesn't really have the same appeal. It's not the jack of all trades add-on anymore that it once was. But for what it is good at, it is still the best. And for that reason alone, I can't ever see me getting rid of TSM. FPS issues went on a bit of a purge. Oh, okay, I see. Well, yeah. TSM is pretty heavy, and it's very hungry when you first load into the game, that is for sure. How much of an effect it has on your FPS when you're out and about, I probably can't imagine it's that heavy, but... Nitro? There's already a meta achievement for the War Within. I haven't been keeping up with the news so much lately. There was like an 11.01, yeah, the Zal Not Pass. Zal Not Pass is kind of what I believe is going to be one of the one of the mini metas within the meta. If they do a big meta achievement for the end of the expansion, they usually have those mini patch metas as requirements, don't they? But yeah, I would guess that will be one to chip away at. Right, any more? That's all of them, actually. Right, next team. TSM was giving me random errors during combat, which seemed odd. Weird. I don't know anywhere near enough about exactly how these add-ons really function. Understand why things like that happen. Whack.
Dark fuses flying drones around this place.
The interesting thing is that even though we are in an entire new season and I'm 700 item level now, which is a good 30 item levels above where I was previously killing these rares, it doesn't feel as if they actually go down any faster. It's kind of weird. I'm sure. Well, I'm not even sure. I'm absolutely definitive that I still have some gaps in my gearing here. I haven't bothered to regem or enchant half of my stuff yet, which is problem number one. But I don't really feel as if I'm doing any more damage. No more rares. No more rares. 23, 23, 75, 37, 75. So we're split across 3 different shards still. Who the Christ is out killing rares this time of day? What kind of crazy person would be doing that? Okay. Hanging around waiting for rares is usually not a good idea, so we just move on. Talby Games, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Good morning to you. I was in the Undermine yesterday, noticed there was a bunch of rares up on the mini-map that weren't on the main map. Hey? Bunch of rares up on my mini-map that weren't on the main map? Eh? There is nothing in this in this zone that I don't know about. I think you've been playing with your add-ons too much. Put your add-ons down. Didn't your mum tell you if you play with your add-ons too much, you go blind? Nitro. Right, let's go kill a Nitro. No, Nitro's dead. Anybody else? Wow, nobody else. This is tragic. Oh, hello, Tally. Where are you? Although, maybe my short-term burst damage is a little bit better. Maybe by a bit. This is where This is where big numbers just, like... It's harder to appreciate numbers when they're already really big. This is why I think a stat squish, an item squish, is good for the game. It causes a bunch of flipping weird bugs for a few months after they do it. Gear ends up having... Random gear ends up dropping at random item levels at random points in the game, which tends to cause the farmers to go hunt out and try a bunch of new stuff again. But generally, overall, I think having DPS in the millions, I don't know about you, but whether I do 2 million DPS or 3 million DPS, I genuinely don't notice the difference. Even though it's like 50% more. I don't know, maybe I'm old school. I like the fact that you would do like... Each ability would do a couple of hundred damage and then you'd get that 3k crit and it would be like, yes, I absolutely blasted. But when we're already in the millions, I just don't care. Right, Slugger and Tally. Ugh, could really do with more than just Slugger and Tally on an entire team. I guess that's going to have to be it though. Time is money, as they say. Numbers shouldn't be that high; they lose meaning to me. Yeah, I think that's natural. I think it's probably the same for everybody. Agree, but it's like that with gold too. Yeah, to a degree. Yeah, when you already have 10 mil, that extra mil doesn't seem like a lot, but your first mil is the hardest to get. Yeah, you're right. There's definitely an element of that. Probably why I very much cherry pick the things I do in the game now, rather than chasing after anything that is quote unquote the meta way of doing something. The only reason I've stuck with this Undermine farm for as long as I have is because it is basically out of reach of anybody that's not willing to run multiple accounts. Which dramatically limits the amount of people that can supply the market. While entirely possible to do on a solo account, your systematic way of approaching it on a single account is very different. You would be best off, I think, on a single account if trying to do this to dumpster farm, I would probably say. Have characters on different servers, on different shards. Have a roots add-on setup where all the dumpsters are. Log on a toon. Check what shard you're on. Drive around to see if there are any dumpsters up. And then once you've done a full lap, checked every dumpster, log off, go on to the next character on the next shard and rinse and repeat. That's probably the solo account optimal way of doing this nowadays. Whilst not as efficient as running 5 accounts, you are also not going to have the expense of running 5 accounts, so there is a bit of a balance there. What's the add-on? Called again the one that's tracking the rares. Well, there's one in the top left-hand corner. It's literally called Rare Tracker. But there's a main module, and then you need the separate modules for the separate expansions. For whichever expansions you want. Nitro, Slugger, Swigs, Tally, Thwack. That's the whole team. Good. Good, 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 good. Need more like that. I didn't say that they're squishing the numbers in. Yeah, it's almost pretty much guaranteed at this point that a stat squish is coming. Imagine if we'd never had a stat squish, we'd be critting for billions now. And some. One of the I believe, like, when was it? There was a period in time where WoW was both 32-bit client and a 64-bit client version of it. The reason they had to go to a 64-bit client in the first place was because the gold cap, 2 point something million, was the highest integer that could be handled by a 32-bit client, I think. Plus, you know, plus from minus 2 million something something to plus 2 million. And so that's why the gold cap was at about 2 million for a long time. Couldn't physically... WoW couldn't deal with any bigger numbers than that. But there was a period of time where both we had 64 and 32-bit client of the game available. Now it's 64-bit only. But I still think the maximum integer value... It's actually like 2 billion something something something. But because of bronze and because of silver, every gold value in the game is actually stored as a bronze value, I think, or it might have been converted to a silver value now. But that was deliberately to keep the numbers smaller. If they hadn't done that for, like, damage and abilities, well, they put themselves in a position where they basically had to do that. Rare tracker core with the rare track of the war within, I assume. That's the one. That'd be the one.
Dog fuses flying drones around this place.
How do you set up your layout so the 4 secondary WoW windows are all the same size around the main one, which is bigger? Very careful positioning. Very careful positioning of windowed modes. Windows has quick snapping. I think it's called quick snapping. I'm not sure what it is, but this bar at the top when you drag a window to a specific place, don't hold it there for long because it causes crazy things to happen. So you can just quickly snap things in place. If you want the default Windows ones are pretty bad unless you just want 4 equal size windows. You can get, what was it called? Fancy Zones, a little tool for Windows called Fancy Zones, so you can make different grid layouts for the window snapping, which is what I've done. Then you can just use your window, you hold the Windows button and you use your up, down, left and right buttons to minimize, maximize, move windows about. That's just general Windows keybinds. Game randomly doing a graphics reset and reloading and repositioning. Ryzen 9 5900X, 96GB of RAM, 3070 Ti. I mean, that's plenty of juice, so that WoW shouldn't be doing that. Gave up with my 5-box, having too many issues with random FPS, random graphics errors, UI not loading properly, it was driving me nuts. Odd. I mean, I would say that WoW seems to have, or should I say that when you are running multiple instances of WoW, the thing I've noticed that matters more than almost anything else is making sure that your graphics card's VRAM doesn't cap out. Now, 3070 Ti is, what, 12 gig? Did they do a 16 gig one? I can't remember. But I noticed that I have to deliberately make sure that my VRAM doesn't get more than about 80% full. Otherwise, it starts crashing the individual clients. So I try to keep I mean, at the moment, mine's using literally only half of my my actual graphics card's VRAM. If this goes above like 12, I start getting graphics issues. And that's not because the graphics card is faulty or anything. It's just because it's just, you know, not used to trying to run 5 clients simultaneously. In single player games, I can smash full 16 gig and it still works fine. But trying to run, you know, weird shit happens when you're actually running 5 versions of a game at the same time. Another piece of Priest tier 3 up on the black market auction house. The game is tempting me. Obviously I can get I could get tier 3 by just going and running Nax. And realistically, with a $5 setup, I absolutely should, because I would still sort of believe that flipping out, what they called? Lamented Crusader items. I reckon those are still worth a pretty penny. Actually, curiosity gets the better of me. What are those doing these days? Lamented. 1M? Lamented Crusader items. I mean, basically 100k a pop still. Incredibly low sale rates compared to what they were, but arguably still valuable based upon just how difficult they are to get, how time consuming they are to get. That said, now that I have a max level character on every server in the EU, there's absolutely no reason I couldn't scout out every single black market auction house on the EU as well. Interesting, I think the dedicated GPU memory is only 8 gig on the 3070 Ti. That could probably be your reason why then. Your graphics settings in-game were still too high. And that you were getting close to using that. I think you could easily use that full 8 gig. And I would imagine on the 3070, it's GDDR6. Yeah, you'd probably have to get your textures down or do something that uses up a lot less VRAM. Try and keep it using no more than like 6 gig of it. Would be my recommendation, but... Okay, not a single rare available. Move on to the next team. What percentage is my 5080 running at right now? Not a lot. Chugging along nicely. Less than half of my dedicated VRAM is being used at any point. The graphics card never really gets pushed above like 40-50%. And don't forget, I'm also encoding 4 different versions of the stream to send to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously as well. There's no denying a 5080 is an absolute beast of a graphics card. More expensive than they, you know, really should be, but still a bit of a beast. Do you have a background in finance, or are you just astute with the way this economy works? Well, playing the game for 20 years definitely helps for starters, but I have quite the history in sales. Sales, marketing, human psychology. Not strictly trained in economics in any official capacity, but a just general overall geeky kind of approach to it. I guess we kill Slugger then. But yeah, probably more so than anything else is experience. Now that does tend to lead me to lean quite heavily on past experiences to sort of guesstimate what I think might happen going forward. But isn't that basically the fundamentals of economics anyway? Since nobody actually has a crystal ball. But yeah, 20 years of playing the game gives me a bit of an edge, I would imagine. Tried out GeForce Now as my PC's getting old and can't really afford a new one at the moment. Surprisingly, 0 delay, 0 lag, and the game runs on max like butter, playing PoE 2. If there's a server close enough to you and you can keep the latency down, I'm sure services like GeForce Now are great. I would think that they're absolutely fantastic for single player games where your latency matters a lot less. I would be very concerned playing something like Path of Exile where half a second lag or delay could literally get you killed. Now, unless you're playing on... You certainly wouldn't be using services like GeForce Now on any sort of like FPS games, fortunately. But if you're... I would say WoW, any form of WoW PvE, you're probably absolutely Gucci using something like GeForce Now. Your issue's going to be that they don't really support many add-ons and stuff yet, but as we know, that's changing. There's nobody to kill. How are we meant to farm Mechanicas if there's nobody to kill? Rares must be on a 5-minute timer. I did notice in the early days of 11.2 when I was doing this partly single account that between 6 to 12 minutes was roughly the time in which they would respawn, but it wasn't a fixed time. Tally, thwack. I did sort of notice a bit of a dynamic adjustment to it. The more people that were in the layer, the faster they seemed to respawn. Which meant it wasn't always totally science, but... also meant that if you were on a busy realm, you didn't actually wait too long for them to respawn. Chat to a random, they said the real reason Blizzard's removing add-ons, adding the one button, etc. is all too ready for opening up to consoles. Do you think it's possible? Well, look who owns them these days. I mean, I partly believed that they were heading in that direction even before the Microsoft acquisition. But now that they're owned by Microsoft, yeah, absolutely. I don't even think it's possible. I think it's inevitable. I mean, at the end of the day, an Xbox is just a mini PC at the like anyway. PlayStation is obviously slightly different, but fundamentally not that different. And having a solid standardization piece of hardware, like I know, you know, console PC gamers meme on console a little bit, but the reality is having one defined set of hardware does allow devs to more comfortably make games for that hardware. Rockstar, for example, Rockstar producing GTA 6 console first should tell you a lot. They produce it for console first so that they can get an optimum game released. Then they bring it to PC when they at a later date so that they can spend more time fixing and figuring out the 5 million different combinations of PC hardware. Ignoring such a big market for so long was already a mistake. I'm not sure it was a mistake, but I do think the ball should have probably been rolling in that direction faster. Because I wonder if there is some issue with the fact that the console market has been a little bit ropey for a few years anyway. Xbox haven't exactly had a great time in the console market as of recently. PlayStation has PS5 has kind of dominated the console market. Even the PlayStation 4 is still more popular than the Xbox, I would imagine, at this point. Yet, obviously, Microsoft owning Xbox, Microsoft owning Windows gives, you know, some nice synergy there. I still have Xbox, you know, Game Pass, and genuinely think it's one of the best of all of the stupid little monthly subscriptions everybody has these days. I genuinely think my Xbox Game Pass one is one of the better ones. I only need to play like a AAA game on launch a few times a year, and Xbox Game Pass has paid for itself. Plus, it also gives me all of the, you know, the ability to, on a whim, open up a big library of games and just play something I haven't played before. I shit you not, if Sony did something equivalent, I'd have that as well, though. But yeah, WoW on console, I don't think is something that we can really need to speculate about anymore. It's not a case of it's not a case of if, it's a case of when, I think. Adding controller support, bringing add-ons more in-house, one button rotation, which will allow for significantly easier, you know, gameplay and rotations via controller. Like, so much is giving hints, yeah. I think you'd have to be a bit of a fool to put money on them not bringing it to console. But this is not solid financial advice. All I'm happy is to be a part of it. David, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Nothing. Nothing anywhere again. Thwack. Where's Thwack? You're there. Something at least.
Dog fuses flying drones around this place.
Considering we've had a few teams with not many to kill this morning, we should actually be able to fire through this pretty quickly. I don't think this is going to take too long this morning, because it might require a second sweep later today to try and catch some of them, because it seems to be nothing up anywhere. Which is not a problem. Kill the rares that are there. If there isn't any rares to kill, then you can't kill them, can you? What's my total on ATT? Oh my god, I don't even know. I'm not that great of a collector in any way, shape or form. My WoW thing and data for Azeroth profiles and stuff are public though. Tally and Thwack. And for the most part, I've played Hunter for a long time, so my percentage of male stuff is probably higher than it is of anything else by quite a while. By quite a stretch, I'd guess. But because I don't care about see, this is the slight luxury for me. I quite like collecting things, as it gives me a journey to go on. It gives me a target. But I don't really care that much about having the things, if that also makes sense. I use collecting more as a goal setter. Because I've said for years in this game, I'm more about the journey than I am being at the destination. Such as this farm, for example. I've far more enjoyed setting this farm up and like figuring out the optimum way to do it and that sort of stuff. Now we're just on the daily grind to kill rares to get it done, sort of thing. It's far less interesting to me. The only reason I am still sticking with it is because the gold in it is absolutely ludicrous, and it's still my bread and butter from a monthly gold making perspective right now, whilst we're still slowly setting up flipping on every realm. Once my flipping is successful enough that I can slow down or even potentially completely stop doing this, then we probably will. How much gold is it for you per month? Well, it varies because my effort with it varies. But the reality is every hour that I spend doing it, I get about 4 or 5 Mechanicas per hour. And so I get out of it what I put in, really. So if I do an hour a day killing rares, it's about 5 Mechanica a day, which is the equivalent of basically 1 pet per day. Is what it averages out at. Some days it's more, some days it's less, but I've built the system to that sort of level now. But of course, I'm running 5 accounts to do it. So, you know, if a pet still sells at 200, 250k, you do kind of want to divide that by 5, really, because I am paying for 5 accounts as well with the proceeds. So it's still like 50k an hour. Which compare that against herbing and mining and stuff, and it's consistent as well. Herbing and mining might be really good for a while, but then it goes into the absolute pits. This is, at least so far, been relatively consistent, and I don't really see it changing much. It will take me more time to sell the pets and the mounts going forward, but I also don't care. Like, the time it takes for me to sell something isn't a concern for me. I've played the game for 20 years. I don't see myself going anywhere anytime soon. If it takes me a month or it takes me 6 months to sell something, I don't care. Would more accounts improve or return? 5 is kind of the optimal. Because it's one party. One full party. Any more than 5, you'd have to go into the realms of like 2x4 styling it, where you'd have to have 2 teams of 3 lurking, and you would need 2 people to tag the rare, so it would make the group composition significantly more complex, because don't forget, the reason this works is because you're dropping group and forming groups repeatedly to get all of the right characters on the right shard. So the reality is 5 is the optimal. You can't, like, if there was a more optimal way to do it, I would probably be doing it. But I don't even think it's diminishing returns past 5. I think it just stops being pretty viable entirely. You start introducing so many more levels of complexity that you'd be quicker and faster just doing it with less with less accounts and just more teams. I mean, I already only kill 4 of the rares full stop, which, you know, kind of baffles and surprises a lot of people. There's way more rares in the zone, but I still only look at killing 4 because that means there is the absolute minimum amount of movement, the maximum amount of rares that can be killed in like a single period of time. It just, you know, has ended up being the best way of doing it, really. Do you bother with the weekly rares? Not anymore. Not anymore. But that's because you know, I'm min-maxing time, not min-maxing gold. So I know everybody is always going to be interested in how much gold does it make, but that's not really what I'm trying to do. I don't really want to spend any more than an hour a day doing this. But what I want is that hour to be as lucrative and as optimal as possible. And like I said, I can probably gain about 5 Mechanicas an hour doing it this way. But, you know, I'm also limited that I can maybe do it for 2 hours a day maximum. Then I run out of, you know, I run out of characters, I run out of rares to kill, I run out of steam with that process. Nothing up to kill anywhere. We move on. Asking for a friend, lol. If you didn't do streaming and essentially playing WoW for a living, how many characters do you think you could optimally play? Well, I mean, like I said, what I do here is only an hour a day worth of effort. It's an hour a day worth of effort, but obviously there was a lot more effort that went into getting it in place in the first place. Nearly 100 level 80s didn't turn up out of nowhere. I spent about a month leveling up all of the characters. Now, during that month, I was also, you know, doing the farm every day as well. I was able to take advantage of the leveling boost earlier in the year. I have a demon hunter that is twinked out at level 70 that can boost 4 accounts via time walking dungeons at once, which was also a massive help to get them from like level 70 to 80. So I've taken advantage of some of like the holiday stuff in the game to do it as well. Which does mean that replicating it right here, right now, today is harder than it was for me to set up in the first place. That's why I put so much time and effort into it to begin with. Because, you know, the opportunity was there. Is the Warband Bank unavailable? It's only available to 1 account at a time. My main account has access to the Warbank at any given point, so the other ones can't have access to it. If you have multiple accounts, you only get Warband access on 1 at a time, and you need to log everybody off and then log back in on the one that you want to have access to it. Kind of annoyingly so. I do hope they change that. I do hope they update. Just do, like, I just hope that they do the same as they do with, like, the Guild Bank, where whatever tech they have running behind the scenes for the Guild Bank that lets everybody have access to it all at the same time, put that on Warband Bank, please. But that's going to be a difficult request, because just think how many people actually would benefit from that. It's not a lot. Benefit me greatly. I'm only one person. Let's say you only had 1 account. Well, if I only had 1 account, I wouldn't be doing this farm. That's the reality. If I only had one account, I wouldn't be doing the farm. I'd be doing something else that would make me more gold, and then I'd just buy the pets and mounts if I really wanted them. If you're asking more generally, I mean, it depends what you're doing, doesn't it? But, like, in the context of farming Mechanicas, if I only had one account, I just wouldn't be doing it. Even if I was to do it, I would have to admit to myself that it would be less optimal, and I would probably farm dumpsters rather than killing rares. Every dumpster has about a 1% chance for a Mechanica, so if you can drive around on a character opening dumpsters, once you've cleared that shard of dumpsters, log on to another character that lives on a different server, you could quite possibly run a few characters that way, and you just, like any other farm, you go for as long as you want to go. Everything in this game should only ever be done for as long as you're having enjoyment doing it. As soon as it stops being enjoyable, stop doing it. And this very much goes for goal making. There is the strong perception a lot of the time that you know, but just because something is possible doesn't mean you should do it. Yes, it is possible to farm a token's worth of gold every month just doing herbalism and mining. Should you do it? In most cases, probably not. Just because it's possible doesn't mean you should. And as the years have gone on, I've tried to push that message a little bit stronger than most others. I've never been big on farming, but any content creator that does promote farming quite a lot will generally chase the meta, and they showcase what they're in essence trying to showcase to you what is possible. The frustration for many people, though, is it's possible for somebody that has a lot of time to spare. They're not necessarily always that possible or viable, should I say, for those that don't have a lot of time to play. A lot of people have that desire to quote-unquote play for free, but playing this game for free is a luxury to those who have lots of spare time. If you don't have lots of spare time, I wouldn't even bother. I just missed Swigs. I think I did. Oh well. Tally's not up. Nitro and Thwack. Arguably, if you don't have a lot of spare time in order to play World of Warcraft, I would hope for you and assume that that is because you have, you know, you have a job, a career even, family, friends, other hobbies, other commitments. You know, enjoy all of that, and just take $15 out your back pocket and buy a month of game time and play it. Play the aspects of the game that you enjoy most. I have had periods in my life where I've had lots of spare time, an awful lot of spare time, and I've now somehow magically carved out a way of playing this game that's more than just a hobby, truth be told. But I only do that because I enjoy playing the game an awful lot still. And I'm quite cynical about this game in a lot of what I discuss. But the result of, you know, the underlying aspect of that is that I care a lot about the game because I've played it an awful lot, and I don't want it to fuck up and do something stupid and then go the same path as many other MMOs have gone in the past, where they just blend into obscurity. Streaming full-time job now. Yeah, I've done this full-time for about 5 years. Combination of, you know, streaming and YouTube from time to time, and I have some very solid support over on Patreon as well, which is very much helped. What is it I'm doing? Well, we're killing the rares in the Undermine because they have a low drop chance of miscellaneous mechanica, which can get converted into pets and mounts. You'll see I have 17 miscellaneous mechanica right now. Costs 25 to get a mount, and the mounts are still valued at about 1 million gold. So they're worth chasing after if you can get them fast enough. Is that everybody? I'm missing Swig still. No Swigs up here. Oh, Swigs is up here. Or Swigs was up here? No, there's Swigs. Okay. Next team. Yeah, standard party rules apply. So if my other characters are in the same party as my main character that's running off killing things, they get loot as well. Or the chance at loot as well. Standard party rules. And additionally, much like, once again, standard party rules, if you don't loot something, it goes to your mailbox. So these characters don't need to loot the rares. They're close enough to qualify. They're close enough to the kill to qualify for loot. They're in the party, so they qualify for loot. But because they don't actually loot, if they do get any loot, it goes to their mailbox. And so I can just collect it later on in the week. Empty out all the mailboxes. So it's not multi-boxing in the old traditional sense, because I'm not running around on a team of, you know, I'm not running around with a team of 5 characters.
Drones around this place. Grab some leftover fireworks.
And I should also point out, for clarity, I am still clearly only controlling one account at any given time. I can, you know, quickly play another one of them if I want to, but the reality is I'm still only playing the one account at a time. Being very, very cautious to stay within the rules. Because as I said, I've played this game a lot. I don't want to do anything that would even remotely jeopardize my account. Nothing there. Move to the next team. Do the rare kills give rep to the chosen cartel? No. Rares will only ever give... First time you kill the rare that day, you get rep for the main Undermine faction. It does still mean I quite regularly actually end up getting Paragon boxes with the main faction. So I'm not that far from another overflowing undermine trove. There's nothing in these of particular value anyway, though, so. Okay, when my 4-piece set procs, we do some nice damage. The Stampede damage is pretty ridiculous. Literally 25% of my damage comes from the Stampede. Summoning a beast while under the effects of lead from the front rouses the nearby wildlife into a stampede, charging your target, dealing 2.5 million damage up to 8 enemies. Yeah, the 4-piece set bonus is pretty cracked this season for BM Hunters. I like it.
Dark fuses flying drones
too
around
slow.
this place.
I still don't get why Blizzard would not remove my old Jewel Box accounts. I have 4 accounts too much on my Battle.net now. Yeah, I don't necessarily know why. I think they probably just have a policy to not delete accounts because arguably there's not that much reason for them to delete accounts because there's no harm in them being there, and I can bet your ass there's scenarios where an account is deleted fraudulently and then they have to do probably weird and wacky things to bring it back to life or whatever, and don't want to be simply don't want to be dealing with any of that, so they just straight up don't allow you to delete accounts. That's the easier all-round solution. No problem if they don't let you delete it in the first place. Sal is up. I could potentially go kill Sal, but I don't think I can be bothered. The next team. Not got many teams to go through now. We've not seen as many rares as I would have hoped today, but we get more some days than we do others. Fine. Anything more interesting than Slugger? Not really. Tally's up as well, though. Okay, I do stand corrected. My DPS does seem a lot stronger. When good old borrowed power procs do their thing. The rares do melt that little bit faster. Mr. GM released the fireside chat with Ian talking professions, but the audio is poo. Yeah, I spotted that. I haven't watched it. It was linked to me yesterday with a small little snippet where he was talking about how Lumber is going to interact. Now, he didn't say this in any... He didn't say this definitively, but what I took away from what was said, I suggest you go watch it yourself if you haven't already. It's on Mr. GM's YouTube channel. What was said very much gives me the impression that Lumber is going to be something that anybody can go around and collect. It's not going to specifically be tied to a profession, nor, unfortunately, do I think it's going to then be a profession of itself. I think anybody's going to be able to go around and pick up lumber, but I do think that lumber will be non-tradable. I think lumber will probably be warbound, meaning you can put it in your war bank, you can collect it, you can send it to your alts. Predominantly, probably just put it in the war bank, and then your crafters will be able to use that to make decor items. But I do think that they're probably going to limit lumber from being tradable, so that every single piece of crafted decor has to have at least a little bit of effort put into making it by the player. This will, short term at least, control the value and the supply of decor into the economy. And more than anything, it will incentivize people to do it themselves, which is what Blizzard wants, right? They don't want the number one default go-to way of doing anything to be go to the auction house and buy it. They would rather you go to the auction house to try and buy something, because for many, that is the path of least resistance. For many people, the easiest option is just to open the auction house and buy it with gold. If they do that and they see that the piece of decor they want is 50k, they might see value in going collecting some of that lumber and crafting that item with their professions themselves. Decor crafting orders, bring your own lumber? I hope not. Well, yeah, I do really hope they keep it the fuck away from the work order system. Annoyingly, there was a line in a blog post somewhere, or a line stated by a dev at some point. I can't remember. I can't remember the source on this, unfortunately. But there was something said: order it from your crafters, from your friendly crafters, your server's crafters. The word order was used. I don't know if just because that's default Blizzard language these days, but I do suspect we will see some integration of decor in work orders, annoyingly. But I also hope, if anything, it would be good public order bait, because it's not going to have quality attached to it. It'll be good public order bait. But yeah, if it's a bring your own lumber situation, it's ugh. If you have to go out to collect the lumber yourself to place the order to begin with, you start questioning then, why do I not just have the profession to make this myself? Because if you're gonna need to order that one piece of decor, well, what happens when you need another chair? you're gonna have to go get another piece of lumber, put another order in again. I don't know. I would rather them just keep decor away from the work order system, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be very well integrated to work orders. But if it's popular enough, who knows? It could actually bring more vibrancy to the work order system. But I equally hope that they don't make it flipping orders and not allow it to be put on the auction house. I really do hope that the end resulted items are like BOEs. I hope decor is just BOE items that can be put on the auction house normally. If everything has to go through a work order, I will scream and shout like a little child. So you can be content that I'll make a fuss about it if they start fucking shit up. Well, I really hope I get into the alpha this year. Fuck me, I need to get into this alpha so that we can get a good early look on things and start, getting feedback in at a point where I think it actually has an effect. They could use decor in public orders to test the region-wide crafting orders, perhaps. Maybe. Maybe. Isn't Blizzard removing quality from mats? Yes and no. You've clearly heard something through the grapevines. They're not removing all quality from the system. In general, they are removing a couple of ranks, is what we have heard. But this is very much Chinese whispers at this point. Nothing official has come from Blizzard on this. So it is part of their streamlining of, or simplification of the professions, is to remove some of the quality. We don't know from where or to what degree yet. We just know they are going to simplify the quality system in some way. Hashtag remix hype. Welcome in, Mikey. Good morning. Yeah, we should see a build for... I've not spoken about remix this morning. We should see a PTR build later today, which should bring a new build of Legion Remix to test, which probably means we'll be remixing it up tomorrow. My goal for this next test phase of Legion Remix is to level another character separate from the one I've already leveled, because that to me is where I think a lot of the important changes need to happen. Leveling was way too... It should not have taken 14, 15 hours of questing to ding max level. So hopefully they've ramped up the speed in which you can level. I also secondly hope that they've smoothed out the power curve so that it actually feels good while you do it. Because not only was it a 15-hour slog, sometimes you don't mind a 15-hour grind to level your character if it's really fun and engaging while you do it. But the problem is it didn't feel fun or engaging. It felt like a chore. Of which many on the PTR only fought through it because they wanted to see what comes next. Smooth out the power curve? No chance. Well, I mean, they were told so definitively by so many people that it was dog doo-doo in its current standing. So they, you know, they're in a way, they're backed into a corner because the feedback was very loud and was very clear, meaning that it's going to be almost impossible for them not to do something about it. This is the point. This is the power of player feedback and the power of, you know. Only a month or two ago, Maria Hamilton sat on stage doing an interview saying, please come to the PTR, please test on the PTR. And boy did we come, and boy did we test. And now that people have done exactly that, they can't turn around and just pretend none of it happened. Like, you know. Tested if the PTR was up, not yet, but my pally got a couple of nice transmogs when she transported to Orgrimmar, so that was nice. Yeah, I get notifications when new builds pop up, so I'll know when it happens. They're public in the Discord as well, by the way. CDN Watcher channel will tell you when there's a new build for something up. It will remain dog do until they change the scaling. Right now it's all scaled based on item level, and your item level is not going up when you level by much. Yeah, I agree. The item level is the predominant 10k BOE. We'll take it. Item level is the dominant factor in your power. And whilst that is the case, it is going to feel pretty weak sauce. And that's hence why at level 70 to 80, you did start to feel strong, but you felt like you went 5 steps backwards. Because if you ding level 71 or 72 without replacing all of your gear, you were very quickly like 40, 50 item levels behind what you theoretically could have. And, you know, you noticed it. You absolutely went backwards in terms of power. Now, Mop Remix had the same issues, that your item level was not the only thing that dictated your power, but it was the predominant factor that dictated your power. And they tuned it for you absolutely mega blasting at the end. The problem is if it takes 20 hours to get to the mega blasting, and worse still, if they time gate the shit out of you getting that item level, people won't get there. People will quit way before they even get the good stuff, you know. Definitely hit burnout, but I'm excited for midnight. 41 level 80s. I thought it would keep me more engaged, but quite the opposite happened, and I haven't even touched the new patch. Log in for auctions and concentration, then log out. I refer back to my previous statement. Only do shit in this game for as long as you enjoy doing it. As soon as the fun stops, stop. Genuinely. There's nothing in this game that's worth fighting through without some enjoyment of doing it. And I would also be cautious about only logging in to do the repetitive tasks, because that's not going to make it any easier. That's only going to solidify your opinion that the game's shit, and you'll quit. And you might want that, you might need that, but... What's the phrase? Comparison is the thief of joy. That is oh so true in World of Warcraft. The fact that you're here right now shows that you're at least somewhat engaged in other content creators and what other people are doing in the game. Be cautious about comparing their progress and their journey with yours, because everybody's situation is different. And if you're somebody that gets to play the game for an hour or two an evening after the kids have gone to bed, or after you've finished doing your studies, or you get back from work, or whatever the case may be, don't compare the progress of somebody that has the luxury of playing the game for 8 hours a day, because it's unrealistic. Just consider all of the wonderful things you have access to in life that they probably don't. Sick to the back teeth of seeing these level 10 Panda Death Knights in Stormwind. Grinding my gears that much that I'm going to apply to Blizzard just to ban them. Wait, what's that? Level 10 Panda Death Knights in Stormwind. What's going on with those? Tell me more, Mikey. Tell me more. I'm Horde for life these days. I haven't been in Stormwind forever. So true, but you, Manthe, you have a puppy and most of us don't. That's true. Where is she? You'll have to ignore my feet. She's there. Can't really see her very well. For some reason, she's decided sleeping on the... that's just my ass in high definition. There you go. There's a puppy. She looks like she's lost her tail. She's just got it tucked. It's still there. It's already grown. Yeah, see, this is interesting. People, like, neighbors and stuff keep telling me that, but she's by my side, like, virtually 24 hours a day. I don't see it. The other dog's fast asleep already. Do you feed the dogs or does the missus? Yeah, I feed the dogs. I mean, all three of the dogs are our dogs, but for the most part, I'm the one that like takes care of them most of the time. Most of the walks and feeding them and stuff like that, they're more mine in that regard, if that makes sense. But to the same logic that, you know, mums tend to look after the kids more so than dads, but you know, they're still, you know what I mean. Yeah, it does mean that I end up being the boss because I'm the one that gives them food. That's just doggy language, doggy psychology. I'm ready to grind out 8.5 million bronze. Bronze acquisition was way faster though, even with its current tuning. For example, I dinged level 80 and had 150,000 bronze, roughly. Whereas in Mop Remix, you needed 600,000 bronze to fully gear your character. And I think you were hitting max level with about 50 or 60,000 bronze. So you needed 10 times the bronze to max your character out. So assuming similar, 10 times the bronze, looking at 1.52 million bronze. So then 4 million to get everything is not that different to what it was in Mop Remix. Quested all the 4 main zones minus Suramar, had 250k. Yeah, bronze was much quicker and easier to get. And you now are not deciding where you spend it. You know, bronze is purely cosmetics. It doesn't affect your player power at all. That has to come from other effort. So don't get too bamboozled by big numbers. The number is much bigger than it was, yes, but the rate in which you acquire the currency was also much faster. To give Blizzard any credit whatsoever for the initial PTR testing phase, at least the bronze felt like you got it at a speedy enough pace. Now, I would say the fact that they phase locked, time gated the acquisition of the rewards was also going to be problematic because it meant that you had to earn the bronze within the phase realistically, which I also disagreed with, but that's just a balancing thing again, I think so. There was a bit of a discussion going on yesterday in the WoW Creator Discord as well around resonance crystals. Some people stating that they feel that their chances of getting enough resonance crystals to even scratch the surface of the things they want to collect is not really being that enjoyable of a journey this expansion. I mean, I've been paying close attention to it, and I'm on nearly 300,000 resonance crystals, whereas all the things claims I need 500,000 resonance crystals to get everything, so I'm still quite a way away. And this is me who has an ungodly amount of characters and has actually designated some time to grinding these out this expansion. Anybody that is significantly less degenerate about it might be, you know, there are players out there that have probably never had more than 50,000 resonance crystals the entire expansion. So people have been questioning if they're going to make that sort of stuff easier to get. I don't get how you do it. I bought all of it and still have 750,000 crystals left and 450,000 cash. Well, I would assume you have an awful lot of alts and have done an awful lot more of the weekly activities than me. You've probably collected 10 times the amount of Paragon caches in total than I have. Because it's your weekly Paragon, it's your weekly boxes that are the biggest contributor to Resonance Crystals. Played all expansions, sat on about 50k crystals. I assume that, you know, people who have played a main character and maybe an alt or two probably are less than 100k crystals for the entire expansion. And there must be 5, 6, 700,000 crystals worth of stuff, because I've bought things already. Even though I haven't gone on a spending spree yet. But my ATT still claims that I need almost 500,000 crystals to get the remaining things. So that discussion has come up as well already. Some people agreeing with, some people disagreeing with. There's the obvious argument that, you know, if you want to collect everything, you've kind of made your own bed with that. You also, maybe if you are looking to collect absolutely everything, maybe it shouldn't be viable for you to even do it within the time of an expansion. But, you know, that's more high-tier game design discussion rather than anything else. Drizzling Rose, welcome in. Good morning. But Dragonelle supplies, at least, we had Dragonelle supplies, we had yeah, there was a bit of a farm for these, wasn't there? I've got 6,000 of them. Apparently there's only 10. I only need 10,000 of them to get everything that's outstanding. It's probably requires me to just go around and collect all of this shit now, but at the end of Dragonflight, you could... Oh, wait, hang on. No, maybe I have got all characters, 53,000. Oh, okay, I've got way more than enough to go around and buy everything I need. I remember at the end of Dragonflight, these were easier to get, so maybe they'll do a similar thing with Resonance Crystals. Feels good to be a 15 mil liquid bitch for the first time. Moving up in the world, Rose. Moving up. Congratulations. Did you open your mailbox then? Get all the goodies. I was partly lurking in your stream yesterday. I was busy, so I wasn't too talkative, but...
Dark fuses flying drones around this place.
746k yesterday in the end. Good effort. Good effort. You're a pretty solid case study for what consistency does. I mean, you're, for the purpose of everybody listening that isn't following Drizzling Rose, and you should be, by the way. For the uneducated out there. Let me see if I spell this right. Hang on. Is that going to work properly? Why has that not worked? Oh well, I'll figure that out in a minute. Either way, for those not aware, Rose has 765 characters, all at max level, with, correct me if I'm wrong, Inscription and Alchemy. And so is making ciphers, doing thaumaturgy related stuff, utilizing concentration on them all. And fundamentally showing that if you have a bunch of alts and you set them up nice and early in the expansion, it can pay dividends by the end of it. I don't know why the shout out command isn't working, but oh my god, hang on, I'm about to die here. What's going on? Do pet things, fucking hell. There we go. Nitro, Tally, who've we got? Tally's up on this realm. Dead. Stupid demon hunters! Stupid demon hunters with your go burr. Outrageous behaviour. Okay, nobody anywhere. Wait, what's going on? Get off my ass. You're in the wrong zone. Right, last team. Last team, last rares. Mid-core goal making pays off in the long run. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Find something that works, and concentration has been something that has worked the entire expansion. And just be consistent with it. Now, I don't have the animal in me to grind out that many characters and be that consistent with it, which is why I don't make my gold in the same fashion. My gold is more, I'll take a big risk, or I'll do something big and stupid, and when it pays off, I make a shitload of gold, and when it doesn't pay off, I complain about it. So I have a slightly different approach, but either way, it works. Leveling the toons was the fun part. Yeah, the fact that you got your 65 level 80 characters as quick as you did was actually bonkers, by the way. I mean, I've got nearly 100 level 80s, but I've had them spread across 5 accounts, and I multi-box boosted them all. I took the shortcut approach.
And take them out with a bang.
I certainly didn't level each one individually. That would have drove me insane. I'll get 70 toons to 90 in 2 weeks even faster. Hey, go for it. Well, I mean, if dungeon leveling is completely cracked again, then there'll be value in doing it. And all of your characters monks, or do you have some spread out? See, if I was to do any spam leveling, I'm mostly looking at hunters, which means dungeons is, even when the dungeon is optimal, I get caught with queue times, because obviously I can only play DPS on my hunters. Whereas if you can do some healing or some tanking, you basically guarantee yourself insta queues. Right, there's the undermine killing done. I don't need to do too much more of that today. I might do another pass this evening, but that was no more than an hour and a half. We'll take that. Right. This dude needs to head back home, check his patron orders. Then we can get back to leveling all of the professions up.
I want them gone.
Locked in, no goal making, no story, only leveling. I mean, you've taken advantage of it. Before you go too bananas with leveling all of those toons, do remember that the first month of an expansion is the absolute best month for goal making that exists. Now, you've been able to take advantage of having those max level characters this expansion with concentration, but make sure there is something that's worth leveling all the characters first, because leveling can be something that can be done over time. Taking advantage of there is the possibility that having 65 characters within 10, at level 80 in the first month, if you can set up some rudimentary professions on those, if concentration is a thing as well, you'd be much better off blasting professions on 65 characters if history repeats itself. You'd turn that 15 million into 45 if you did it right. It's a doge. It's a puppy. This is why can't I just drag a whole bank tab into a different position in the bank? Oh, I don't know what you're trying to do there, but that sounds like you've thought of some reason to do it though. Oh no, I really didn't mean to press the open all button there. Oh dearie me. That was not the plan. Please hold. I'll try that again. I need to reorder the tabs so, for example, meat comes before fish. Oh, okay. It's entirely OCD reasons. I would suggest using Bagnator. That way you can customize your customize the categories, move stuff around without the default UI being a pain. Fish is more commonly eaten before meats. Well, that that is true. Fish course does generally come first. You're not wrong. Whoa! What is this? What are all these outstanding public orders about? Who the Christ? Outstanding public orders. What's going on here? Disconnected? Hello? Are we dead? Are we saved? What's going on here? I'm having the lag spike of all lag spikes. I think I've been disconnected. Well, I guess I sit here and wait then. Hello, game. I'm here in spirit. Oh. The fuckadoodle's going on? Okay. Is it back? Are we saved? Try that again. Wow. I can't be bothered to do any of those. Okay, right. That dude's done. Next dude. I just used the auto sort. You lot have seen my bags, you know I don't care that much. Doesn't color coordinate your gems. Yeah, my bag should give you an indication about how organized I am about that sort of stuff. Oh, frames, slideshow. Shocked and appalled. The best combo. Annoying as it is, I am still desperately trying to keep up with blacksmithing orders just to eventually, potentially, maybe one day get to the point where it's donezo. But it's not happening anytime soon, I can tell you that. But the reality is if I don't get it done by the end of the expansion, it will never get done. So effort now will save me effort in the future. God, I can't wait to complain about the catch-up system again and try and twist Blizzard's arm into doing something about it. Because fuck me, this system is bad. It's got all the potential to be great. But they have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Actually, I'll just log out here. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna. Yeah, what catch-up system exactly? It seems like they went in with a good idea. They just didn't execute it very well. Having patron orders be the catch-up system is great, but limiting people to 3 a day was just like, oh god. the fact that the catch-up system potentially requires you to put in more effort than would be needed by doing it correctly in the first place is so backwards to me. Because if you had technically kept up with your professions from the beginning, you would be able to log on twice a week, fill your orders for glimmers, do your weekly quest and gather a few treasures. Twice a week. If you at any point get behind doing an activity twice a week, the solution was apparently to log in and do something every day? You mean put in more effort than it took to do it in the first place? Like, it just seems so illogical that the catch-up system requires you to put in more effort than the original system did to begin with. I'm not advocating for catch-up to be free. I'm not advocating for catch-up to be easy. But it certainly shouldn't take more effort than what was potentially needed in the first place. Flipping hell. That's just batshit crazy. Especially when you have that one profession that can go to max in under an hour, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, complete polar opposites between enchanting and then everything else. It's odd, you know. For me it feels odd that all the ducks aligned so neatly and tidily for enchanting this time round. Not only is it the absolute concentration alt god tier profession, but simultaneously it's also the one that can be blasted in terms of knowledge points the fastest. It almost seems as if it was designed that way. It's almost as if whoever tinkers with the professions, predominantly behind closed doors at Blizzard, just happens to be an enchanting main. and wanted to give themselves as much of an advantage over everybody else as possible this expansion. Because, without question, enchanting got love. I know people say that mages are, you know, Blizzard's favourite. This expansion, the favourite profession has been enchanting, literally. And it's by such a margin that it makes me feel that it wasn't by accident. Mistuning would sometimes allow one profession or one spec or something to be 20% more powerful than something else. That can be put down to mistuning or, you know, a small whoopsie somewhere. But having enchanting, having both the single best catch-up system to allow you to blast the profession to wherever you need it to be as fast as possible, simultaneous to being the one that can just print gold with alts throughout the entire... It all seems too convenient for it to have been a mistake. Which makes me wonder, why the hell did somebody decide to do it that way? It wasn't for their own personal gain. Okay, that dude's done. Zan paid the devs off so he could use his 300 plus toon army. I don't think he did. If that was the case, he would have probably liked a heads up that it was going to happen, so he could have at least got enchanting on all those characters to begin with, rather than having to run around like a crazy person in the first patch. Okay. This dude is where we're finishing leveling off professions. We were tinkering with this the other day. Both alchemy and engineering needs leveling up. I have got, let's see where we stand. Alchemy is good all the way up until Warlords of Draenor and including. So Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands to go. They're the three that are probably going to be expensive as well. Started engineering yesterday. And I've done Classic, Outland, and Northrend. So maybe Cataclysm, Mop, Warlords of Draenor we need to do from an engineering standpoint today. Then they're both up to the same sort of level, and we can probably wombo combo it from there. Okay, Cataclysm Engineering. Please don't be ludicrously expensive. Zygor, help. Professions. Engineering. Leveling. Cataclysm. Go. Obsidian bars. Obsidium. 70? Oh, gold. Starting off nice and cheap, I see. Volatile air. 30. $360 Elementium bars. Holy. It's a casual 6,000 gold. Son of a gun. Flipping hell's bells. Volatile fire. $15. Okay. Just saying he's been MIA for some time. Think he and the devs on a beach somewhere laughing. Zan's taken, as much as I know, he's taken a bit of a change of pace IRL. He's still playing WoW, but one of his biggest criticisms is that they've added basically nothing for crafting this entire expansion, which I equally very much agree with him on. That they've done us dirty by literally giving us nothing since day one. And so in that regard, he hasn't really felt like there's too much more to... I mean, just look at my focus on the professions, this expansion. Look, when was the last time I posted a YouTube? I think I can count on one hand the amount of videos I've done on YouTube this year. And we're in September. Sure, I could have focused a little bit more on the news and that sort of stuff. But, like, you know, it's... being here on the regular is not easy. Zan's taken a bit of a different direction, still playing the game. I think he's studying as well. even K-Chak has decided after not that long of a period of time that, you know, it makes a lot more sense to go and maintain a bit of a day job and keep WoW as a hobby, at least in the off season. So it's Zan will be back. Zan will be back soon, I would imagine, very soon. Did wonder what happened with Zan. Yeah, it's the reality is that it's very difficult to be here 5 to 7 days a week in the off season of World of Warcraft unless you have significant following already. The only reason I am able to do it is the fact that I have done it for 4 or 5 years now and structure my life accordingly. But it took me 2 or 3 years of practice. It's not straightforward to do. Not that I want to go into my own finances too aggressively, but over the few months when an expansion launches, I'm fortunate that you guys support enough during that period of time that I can live modestly the rest of the time and still be here. But like I said, that's not an easy thing to achieve. And I can categorically say, without any sort of categorically say that if it wasn't for the support over on Patreon, I wouldn't be here now. Patreon is literally what allows me to continue doing this. But on the flip side, it's why I try not to like push for subs or anything on like Twitch. I'm generally very thankful for any support I get already that allows me to be here in the first place. 20 obsidian bolts. Save these, apparently we need them later. Seems that WoW has become an off-season pretty much all the time, besides a couple of weeks after the major patches. But the way I do it, the run up to an expansion and the month or two after an expansion is where the fun is, and the rest of the time is just keeping things ticking over, really. So sad the cards are dead. I now have to put down my Bruto emote. Oh, your Warlords of Draenor cards, yeah. Great, 15 of these. We need them later as well, apparently. The irony is that these are profitable right now. Learn volatile Seaphorium something. Yeah? No, this is an orphanage. Where the Christ? Ah, here we go, engineering trainer.
Be careful out there.
13 volatile Seaphorium backpacks. Blast packs, sorry. So excited for midnight. It's going to be fun to level again. I'm looking forward to... Now, I know I'm biased here, right? But I'm really do look forward to the day when WoW can push for a 12-month expansion cycle. Because there is no better time to play World of Warcraft than in the first month. And if they can replicate that first month once a year, I'm happy. Free safety catch removal kits. I mean, it also ties in quite nicely with what I've recently just been talking about that it's significantly more straightforward for me to consider this a job and a potential career path if I can ride the hype waves more frequently. But that's, that's a personal thing. But from a gameplay perspective, WoW is just absolutely like the month up towards a new expansion and the month after that 2-month period is absolutely the best time for this game, without question. Anthony's in bed with Blizzard, wanting us to influence us to accept 1 expansion per year for maximum profits for the company. I mean, it's going that way anyway. It's absolutely going that way anyway. Create 15 lure master tackle boxes. Well, we are definitely going to need significantly more obsidian bolts than that if that's the case. Sure. Where am I obsidian bolt crafting? Handful of obsidian bolts. Well, I need significantly more obsidian bars than you've suggested, Zygor. Shit. Okay. Either that or I've overspent them somewhere else. Pretty sure I followed the guide. Okay, sure. Gonna make getting this to 60 expensive. 1-year expansions would cause expansion bloat. We already have, what, 10 expansions or something? It just, frustratingly, it just makes way more sense for them to release things on a yearly cycle. You know, it means people know where they stand with it, right? If they can get to the point where they just release a new expansion every October, every year we know that every October is a new expansion, and it's just, yes, it's going to be slightly frustrating buying a new expansion every year, but we're already now buying an expansion every 18 months as opposed to 2 years, and we're also paying $90 for that luxury as well. The price is going up, but pro rata it based upon how much time you spend playing the game, and it's still probably one of the cheapest forms of entertainment out there. You can't go to the cinema. You can't take your significant other to the cinema for less than $50 these days. Hello, boss. I'd like every October off work. Yeah, that's true. But people would cry that they don't have enough time to ATT everything. I mean, that's their own issue. That's very much their own issue. Handful of obsidian bolts. It is significantly better a position to be in to complain that there is too much. Boo-hoo, there is an abundance. Boo-hoo, there's an abundance. Do I just buy 80 of these? Because I think I probably need them. Get the game on Game Pass and consoles, drop the monthly sub, then I can handle yearly expansions. Could be going that way.
Keep it real.
You know, and at that point, do they even call them expansions? You know, if they're not, like, I don't know. Is it just like, do we just end up in this constant rolling scenario where the game is always the game? I don't know. But like I said, I don't think they'll move away from the expansion meta because it's categorically the best time to play the game. When we have that full hard reset of everything at the beginning of an expansion, it's just 6 to 8 weeks of just pure hype every time. And I'm personally of the opinion that if they can create a scenario where that hype of a new expansion comes around more frequently, I'm all for it. But yes, please be please be aware that it benefits me also. I'm not going to try and disguise that fact.
I seen you around here before. Glad I could help.
Heat-treated spinning lure. 15 of those should get us tippity top. Nice. You all have significant others. I mean, even insignificant. Boom, Cataclysm, that was easy done. Easy done. Right, Cataclysm done. Professions. Engineering. Leveling. Pandaria. Off to the Jade Forest we go. Saying I disagree, I just played this game enough to know how the player base will think and react to stuff. Yeah, it's a bit of a bug of mine. It has been for quite a while. It's a bit of a bugbear of mine that the screams and the cries for things to change because people feel as if they can't quote unquote complete the game sometimes does get a bit overwhelming for me. Sometimes I don't lose my temper, but sometimes I lose my cool with this a little bit. I understand that people want to be able to collect everything, and as long as everything is there to be collected, I think it's okay. But I also do sort of slightly disagree when so often the expectation is that you should be able to complete everything the second it's released. And I don't feel... Where's Ziradormi? Sometimes I don't feel... Sometimes I don't feel like it's a bad thing to have stretch goals. And sometimes I don't feel it's a bad thing if there are some things that you can't instantly get gratification for. And so when ATT, we also have to remember that all the things is an add-on. It's not natively in the game. We do have a collections tab in the game. We do have a mount journal in the game. But at the same time, there is no indication of like, this is your percentage of completion. That it's kind of it's a man-made problem in a way. It's a man-made problem. People being so desperate to collect everything is kind of a bit of a man-made problem. There wasn't anything that was like overly formally agreed upon by Blizzard that it was even going to be possible. People have sort of decided amongst themselves that being able to collect everything should be viable. And I'm not totally convinced with a lot of the feedback I see around that. Don't know why it felt to tell me that I needed to go to a different timeline there. I was just following the flipping arrow, and then I suddenly realised that this doesn't matter. Or it doesn't feel like it matters.
Pleased to meet you.
Maybe biggest part of players just to enjoy the game and not only 1 month before and after the release. This conversation from just money-making point of view, I guess, makes me feel underappreciated as a quote-unquote normal player.
Very well, then.
But it's tied quite, you know, players' enjoyment of the game is often dependent on lots of other people also. There is a reason why that people say that the first couple of months of an expansion are the best. It's because everybody is trying to figure everything out. Everything is new. There is a bunch of new things to collect. There's a bunch of new things to level up. There's a whole bunch of new dungeons to explore. There's a whole new raid to explore. Literally, the entire environment is new and it gets thrown at you all in one go. And it ends up being so much of a content overload that you do have to also then somewhat choose, do you go do this first or that first? And eventually players work their way through all of it, and then that same level of enjoyment dissipates. It's not really a reflection so much on other players. I would happily see that same level of enjoyment that can be obtained in the beginning of an expansion more frequently. I would happily see it. Now, obviously, financially, it makes sense as well, which arguably means that it's a bit of a no-brainer for Blizzard. If the peak of their enjoyment, if the peak of player enjoyment coincides with the opportunity for Blizzard to make a lot of money, well, there you go. You've got a pretty viable business on your hands. And so this is why I tend to think that it's a bit of a no-brainer that it's going that way. That more frequent expansions, they could still probably squeeze 3 seasons. They could get the seasons to about a 4-month stretch. They could then, you know, maybe not time gate the seasons so much. Maybe they could just get rid of this kind of like... Because at the moment, a season lasts about 6 months. But we also have this weird scenario that's started to occur where we have the first half of the season where progress is made and everything feels deliberately slow. And then they chuck a turbo mode at us to allow you to blast through the rest of it if you haven't already. Well, here's a crazy idea. How about instead of having a 6-month season, you make a 4-month season and you just pace it accordingly rather than having like a slow half and a fast half. Then you could quite easily have roughly 4-month seasons and you could still squeeze 3 into a single year and you could have yearly expansions. And all apart from the fact it would be a bit of a frustration for some to have to buy a new expansion every year rather than every 18 months or 2 years, I still don't think that con outweighs the pro. That's my take, at least, anyway. None of what I say you have to agree with. And many times people don't. There's our Windwall cloth. Spirits of Harmony. Ooh, these are fucking expensive. What's going on with these? Okay, they're not expensive. Maybe they just have been for a while. Why were Spirits of Harmony in my mind were like 30 gold? Clearly they're not. Clearly they're not. Clearly my information on the value of a Spirit of Harmony is way out of date. Whoops. Why is Tinker's Workbench? Oh, of course it does. Oh, wait, hang on. That's because they're my favourites. Where's... Oh, it still requires an anvil. There's not an anvil around here. How's the engineering... That's got to be... That's an anvil, right? Surely. Ghost Iron Bolts. Rate 112? Flipping hell. You will need them later. They've been over 100 for a while now. I mean, clearly, yeah. Price didn't look as if it changed on those. It's just my valuation of them was clearly old. Pretty fast at the moment. I only returned 4 or 5 weeks ago. I'm already at the point where I'm leveling random alts and dabbling in classic. Done all the content. It's this is where I think, you know, opinions on this vary quite a lot. Players like myself that have played this game literally forever have lived through periods where, I mean, where we've had literally nothing for over a year. You know, tail end of Warlords of Draenor, for example, we had flipping nothing, not even a mini game for 13 months or something. And it was a bit of a meme that the final patch of a World of Warcraft, there'd be extra rings on the tree by the time the new expansion turns up. And so some players are not maybe quite so used to the pace that we see in World of Warcraft these days. But I also don't think that the faster cadence of everything is a bad thing. Because like I said, some people can blast through stuff, do the things they want, and go off and do other things. And I don't really have any objections to people blasting the game and then doing what they want to do and then putting it down. But they do have to be slightly careful with the season length, though. The length of the season will negatively impact. It will negatively impact because if they make the seasons too short, then there isn't really the same level of enthusiasm to gear your characters up within that season when you know the quote-unquote reset is so close around the corner. So there's a balance there for sure. Bots are preferring thorium arcane crystals at the moment. They'll be back to Pandaland at some point. And when they do, that's when the price of Spirits of Harmony will tank again, yeah. Of course, they go where the money is. Create 70 high explosive gunpowders. You'll need them later. Okay. Oh, create 70 in total. That's only going to be 35 crafts then, isn't it? Okay, I need to be careful of that. We clearly need these ghost iron bars for something else later as well. Let them. I bought close to 500k of Spirit of Harmony for 60 gold each. Doubling your money right now. Probably and some by the time Decor comes out as well.
Good day to you.
Whoa, that's a lot of recipes.
Seeing you.
Tinker kits. How many? Great, 25. You may need to make a few more. Reach level 55. That's why I'm shocked, really. I played solidly all the way up to Shadowlands. Really didn't expect it to be this fast. Not complaining, though, is always something to do. Yeah, like I said, for me, I don't mind the pace. And this is probably why I'm most against time gating as it stands at the moment. Because I've played the game throughout that period. And I've kind of, you know, just got used to the pace of it as well. Then what's really frustrating is when a new piece of content launches and you're used to that pace of just going in and blasting it, knowing that there's something else around the corner, and then hitting that artificial wall that I don't really believe should be there. And being told that you've had enough fun today, come back next week. And I'm like, shut up, you've conditioned me to blast this game. Let me blast it. Thermal anvils. Oh, these are actually useful to have anyway. Oh, now where's all my high explosive gunpowder gone? Maybe I was meant to make all of these. Need to be able to make 7 thermal anvils. It really is hoping that I get a skill point for every one. Right, well, let's start with those 7. See if we do get a skill point every time. Yes. 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 Oh, game loves me. Was not expecting that to happen.
Interesting. Off and away.
13 mist-piercing goggles. Oh, that's why these things are always flooded on the auction house. That starts to make sense. 13 of these should get us all the way there and should use up all our Spirit of Harmony by the looks of things. Okay. Under engineering hasn't been too painful. Zygor coming in clutch once again. Boom, 75, job done. Perfect, great, thank you. So hot, I'm dying of heat here. Have you got some more heat, have you? I looked at the forecast and it's meant to get up to like 20 degrees again this week. Should be nice. Hasn't done it yet though. Flipping cold and wet and gross this morning. Right, Draenor engineering then. Draenor engineering. Let's hope there's no time gating on this one because we might need daily cooldowns to buy recipes. Which is always a little bit of a risk. You want fall already? I don't know, I like the summer. I like the heat. You managed to catch a puppy on the puppy cam. Papa's fast asleep in her bed. Gonna have my fall. It's been pissing down for 2 days. Leaves on the trees are already looking sad. Yeah, I'm a big baby when it comes to autumn and fall. Whichever way you want to say it. It gets cold and it's wet and I don't like it. I like the sun. I like it to be dry and I like the sun to be out. Or the alternative is I like it to actually be winter. You mean I want plus 20 or I want minus 10. They're the two thresholds for me. Anything in between that, I'm like, this is icky. With a spring fan here. Spring's nice because you start getting colour after not having any of it for ages. But spring in Finland lasts about 2 weeks, so try not to get too excited about spring.
Yo!
Raynor Engineering.
Keep it real!
Yes, please. Go. Grass is evil and I hate it. Well, that is quite emotional. Poor grass. What did grass ever do to you? $1,232 true iron ore. You shitting me? That's a lot of true iron ore. Okay, I'm going to trust you. $1,227 Blackrock ore as well. $40 herbs. That's a better number. I can live with 40 herbs. Create Draenor something or other. Secrets of Draenor Engineering. This is where we have a daily cooldown. So here's to hoping we don't need any more than one of these to actually level. Gear spring parts. Create 1 gear spring part. I am missing an anvil. How does the engineering trainer not have an anvil? Kidding me? Hang on, didn't I just make a bunch of thermal ones? Boom. Magic. Skills. Create an ultimate gnomish army knife. Roger that. $27 Stealthman 54s. Create 27 of them. I don't have materials for 27 of them. You only told me to buy 40 herbs. Well, that's clearly a mistake. Reach level 30 in Draenor Engineering. I have the anvil pet, actually. Old Alvin. The recipe for that thing's still stupid expensive, I think. Fun fact. Right, I got to 24. I need at least 6 more crafts. But it's going to go green in a minute. Well, I think this guide is just outdated. I think some stuff has changed here because it's not even yellow yet, never mind green. Let's buy 40 more Nagrand Arrow Bloom because they were basically free, weren't they? Let's make sure we don't need to go to the auction house again. Got to get to skill 30. Oh, haha, it literally went yellow as soon as we hit skill 25, and now it's gone green. Okay. 28. 9. 30. Bingo. Oh, that was good. Talk to Nick's Steel Rings and buy the Diddy's Delicate Assembly.
Talk to me.
Diddy's Delicate Assembly.
Glad I could help.
Is Legion going back tomorrow in the EU? Well, we expect to see a PTR build at some point today. Based upon the fact that the PTR builds usually come out based on an NA timeline, I would expect to see the build pop up this evening. Meaning I'll probably be playing it tomorrow. $70 Diddy's Delicate Assemblies. This literally takes us all the way to cap. Okay. Sure. Okay. What is this? Reroll the secondary stats of an engineered gun or goggles with item level 45 or below. Vendor trash then. Okay, sure. Alright, well, let me grab a drink whilst that's doing. Where are we at? 55? Grass makes me feel like I have the flu, then I need to take meds and get all sleepy and slow. Oh, allergies. Yeah, allergies can fuck you over. I see where you're coming from, not liking grass if that's the case. I think I'm slightly allergic to hay. But some years my hay fever kicks in more so than others. This year it wasn't too bad at all. It was like maybe a 1 week period. Yeah, the plant, not the greeting. I'm allergic to greeting people, yeah. Especially since it's the default way of saying hello in Swedish. Which, even though I live in Finland, I live in a Swedish-speaking area. $93, nearly there. Right, well, Draenor didn't take very long to do at all, did it? That was an absolute piece of piss. Easy. Quantity of arrow bloom was incorrect. Right, okay. We're now ready to do some Legion. We need Legion Engineering and Legion Alchemy. Always wanted to visit Finland, Sweden. What time period would you recommend? I don't mind the cold. August if you want it when it's nice. But of course, August is like main summer month. Everything gets expensive. Don't turn up in July because everything's closed. Or if you don't mind the cold, like February. February is often nice because you haven't quite got the same level of darkness that you get in January. And you should also have proper snow then as well. Right. We need 2 guides. We need professions. We need alchemy, leveling, Legion. We also need Legion Engineering. Engineering, leveling, Legion. Go. Load the Legion Engineering quest guide. Oh, Christ, it's Legion. We got quests to do. I forgot about this. Yeah, we have to do a whole bunch of questing to be able to do these, don't we? Well, we may or may not need to do too much of it, but... some at the very least. I wonder if there is an easy wombo combo on this, or whether we will just get... oh, Jeeves' recipe. Where did I pick that up from? Yeah, February, March time is good because you'll have the snow. January is both dark and often very cold. So it's more of an extreme winter. But if you want it to be slightly more modest but still winter, February, March time is nice. Like I said, it's slightly less dark then as well. Portal to Azuna. Where's Azuna? Is that downstairs? Am I downstairs? I think I already am downstairs, aren't I? Azuna. Told you to start with Legion a few days back. I think you did actually, yeah. I don't mind the quest lines for these are the genuinely. I would be happy to see them bring back like one of the reasons I enjoyed Legion Professions was because there was some actual gameplay revolving them. The fact that it wasn't just a stand at a trainer and learn trainer recipes situation did make it more fun for me. Made it a lot more enjoyable. That, you know, you could log on from time to time and you could tinker through your professions and go through the quest lines and whatever. Nice, liked it. Now, I would probably have a slightly different opinion if I was trying to alt army that same sort of scenario, for example, but I wasn't, and I am not, so it's all good. Hogbart grapple hammer, here we go. Ah, scrap. Take the crate of guns down to Filgo scrap bottom in the underbelly. That will give us Legion engineering. Do we need... let's pick up alchemy at the same time while we're here. I don't remember having to do too much questing on this one.
Safe travels.
I am forsaken. Our time will
Train Legion alchemy. Load the Legion alchemy quest line. Click the line above to load the guide. After completing the Legion alchemy quest line, you should be around level 45 in Legion alchemy.
Interesting. Be seeing you.
Do you not have a quest for me? Get your mix on. Here we go. Maybe I need to track trivial quests on this dude. How do we do that again? Where's me tracking options gone? Tracking. Trivial quests? They call trivial quests? Track quest point of interests? Low level quests. Learn the rank 1 recipe for ancient healing potion. Speak to Patricia.
Step on up.
Rank 1 ancient healing potion. Why would I not buy the others? Let's use cerulean seeds. We're not going to be collecting these. We will be buying everything. I'm going to need a lot more vials, so I'm going to buy a bunch more now anyway.
See you later.
Cerulean seeds. How many do we need? 9. That's a very precise amount. Craft an ancient healing potion. Craft an ancient mana potion. Like harvesting first time craft bonuses. Craft an ancient rejuvenation potion that needs one of either ones. Beautiful.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
Now that we've got to know each other, perhaps you can lend a hand. My weekly shipment was lost when my long-term courier was shot out of the skies. Oops. Let's go locate some of the supplies then. Right, before we leave, let's check on engineering. That still requires us to be in Dalaran. I do wish, though, the only thing I do wish Zygor could do is merge guides together. So that you could work on 2 simultaneously. If there is a way to do that, I absolutely haven't figured out how to do that. But I think that would be a really clever thing if it could, like, take the waypoints from 2 different guides and add them together. So that you could work on 2 at the same time. I haven't figured out a way to do that, so I'm going to assume that you can't, but it would make it very clever if you could. It's quite often I want to do like stuff from one guide, but also want to do stuff from the other guide. And I don't want to fly around everywhere twice.
Daylight's burning.
Bring Fellereaver Husk back to Diddy in Dalaran.
Off and away.
Okay, well that's going to send me somewhere random. No, we can just pick them up. That was easy enough. Me watching this knowing that I probably have thrice the stuff you buy in one of my guild banks, if not more. Yeah, I've long since got into the habit of using the auction house as my personal storage. I would much rather sell everything and then buy it back again when I need it than to try and store everything myself. I have passively learned that most things, especially materials, go down in value over the years, or at least over an expansion. Storing huge amounts of an expansion materials, this expansion has been slightly different on that, actually, because not everything has crashed in value quite as much as it has in previous expansions, but that's because of thematurgy. If you know, historically, without thematurgy, materials did just go down. So holding on to any at any point, you were losing value in them by holding them. You're better off selling everything as soon as you get it and then buying it back whenever you need it, because it was often cheaper to buy back. So hence you know, you make some money out of it at the same time.
What now then? Okay, get. Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
Maybe we'll just have to work on one at a time for a minute. We can sort of flip between them a little bit when needed, but Bell Reaper's arm. Use the flintlock headgun prototype on fell spiders and the tainted squirrels. Does it make them love me? Is that what it's doing? Love me. Used to craft a lot of old mogs, so that's why I keep it. That said, I clear everything out, but I've since gained most of it back again due to mog runs. I have the banks and most, and either is a few silver or hard to get, so I hope those things are going to be needed for housing stuff. Yeah, for me it's like the laws of averages. On average, it's better for me to sell and then buy it back. There are obviously exclusions to that rule, but on average, that is the better approach that I've found over the years. Any materials you get, don't save them, sell them. And then if you need that material back again, you can buy it back. Even on scenarios where you buy a material back and it's gone up in price, think about all of the other materials that you didn't need that that you have sold and made gold on. So it more than covers the costs. I kind of half think that it's one of the biggest reasons why people don't make more gold than they probably could do.
Less talk, more shooting. Go on then. I'll be right here. Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
Right, now we're going back to Dalaran, so now we can switch back to the alchemy one, because we got some stuff to do for alchemy over here. One of the engineering quests will be bugged. I had to look it up. You'll need to do some trick to complete the quest. Sorry, forgot which one it is though. We'll get to it. Soon as you start seeing question marks at the back of my eyes, we'll have found it. Rate of Khadgar's whiskers. Pick the alchemy book. Mysterious text. You found a waterlogged tome near the bones of a massive creature. Written in unfamiliar language, the book is adorned with runes and alchemical symbols. Perhaps another alchemist will be able to tell you more. Okay. Yeah, there was a breadcrumb quest too, finding that apparently. Which all the things is complaining that I now won't be able to get, but it's fine. Okay, now we're going back to Dalaran either way. There's some herbs. What about this mysterious text? Fine, I admit, even my considerable intellect can't translate the strange tome you discovered. No doubt the water smears made it illegible. Bring the tome to somebody else. Yogi? Oh, is that in here as well? No, that's next door in the alchemy, in the somewhere else. No, still no. Who are we taking this to? Professor Palin. Ah, the scribe. That makes sense.
Off and away.
Translation is my speciality. Boom. Vical script. There we learn.
Welcome, friend. Keep it real.
Auto Hound recipe. Find a power source for Diddy's design, then deliver it to her. See if the new battery works.
Be good.
Except resupplying the line. Need to get this stupid pigeon off my ass.
Yes? What is it? Run along now.
Following the quest line is going to be a little bit confusing, actually, trying to do these wombo comboed, but
Careful.
that's a cool safe, actually. I hope that model makes it to player housing. It'd be nice to make like a goblin vault with a bunch of these safes. My brain is definitely getting into housing mode.
Open for business.
Didn't you test the dot? What's going on here? Maybe you didn't.
Speak up.
Wait, hang on.
We have
What are we
field
doing here?
tests to
Have Diddy
conduct.
test the diamond. Ah, you.
What do you want? Glad I could help.
A safe room? Haha, yes, exactly that. Go to the alchemy shop, ask for a potion with some pinch.
This had better be good. Our time will come.
Mini cutscenes in a quest line for a profession. How times have changed. No voice acting though, mind. One day. The lay torrent potion.
Hello. Trust no one. Dark Lady, watch over you. What now? Beware the living.
Hey, how you doing? Pleasure doing business.
Have a
with
potion. Where's my puppy at? Wait. Oh, use there. Good girl. 20 minutes go past and I haven't heard a dog move. I start getting a bit itchy now these days. Silence is deadly.
A new assistant. Excellent. Run along now.
She chilling. Oh, she knows she's on camera. The fact that she's just woken up means I should probably take her out for a pee. She's going to eat a piece of cardboard.
Zug zug. For the horde.
Lovely red jewel upstairs caught my eye. Get it for me and I'll trade you the core for it. Katrina's jewel. Yoink. Bit casual theft. Excuse me, that's my jewel. Could you please leave it alone? I heard somebody was looking for you downstairs. Distraction tactics. Now we yoink the jewel. Thank you very much. Sneaky, sneaky. How do we get downstairs now? Mark's currently eating a stone. Oh dear. Why do all dogs like cartons and papers to destroy? I'm not sure, but don't mind her eating an old, box or something. Rather that than something of actual value.
Blood and thunder. Strength.
Some point in my holiday, I'll take a bath in the bathtub at my parents' where I can crank the heat all the way up, empty their hot water tank, and cosplay as a lobster whilst eating a watermelon with a spoon. I have no idea where that came from, but sounds fun. I must admit, Finland doesn't do baths. Showers, sauna, yes, but no baths. And I miss having a bath. So much so that we want to put a small bathroom in upstairs at our house. And it's pretty high on my to-do list of DIY, simply because I want to put a bath in. Yeah, and of course, holes in the ice, yeah.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back if you ever need anything.
Right, now we're off to Al-Sharat, next part of this story. So let's check, make sure we can finish alchemy stuff before we fly off as well. We need a depleted lay flame burner.
Excellent.
What now? Well, I'll have that anyway. Oh no, it says collect. Oh, I'll have that anyway. What was it I needed? Depleted lay flame burner. One of you. Unique. One. Wink.
Ambition is the mother of invention.
Sadly, no access to a sauna. I know it sounds real bougie. Whenever I tell this to my English friends, they think I'm living the life. But fortunately, having a sauna is not that uncommon. Or at least having access to a sauna is not uncommon in Finland. I have a small electric stove sauna in our bathroom, main bathroom.
Hello.
But trust me when I say it's not as bougie as it sounds. It's quite a common thing in Finland to have a sauna. If you have a house, you most often will have a sauna. If you live in an apartment, for example, there is often also, even if there's not a sauna in your apartment, there is often a communal one you have access to. It's, when I say it's the culture here, it really is the case. Oh, don't move until it finishes channeling. Wait, what the fuck? What are we doing? Oh, we're going back to Azuna. Trying to take me to do portal hopping via Ogrimmar, but we'll just fly there because dragon riding's faster than taking 2 portals probably with load times. I don't use the sauna so much at home, but if we go to our summer place or I go to the in-laws, my in-laws have a really nice sauna, which just kind of spoiled me, honestly. Really nice wood burning, you know, proper sauna. Which, having access to that kind of means that the little electric one that we have at home is not the same. What are we doing here? Oh, that's it. Okay, nice. I guess we use it in a bunch of different places, right? Use it here. Dragon pool energy. Fizzled? What does fizzled mean? Mad confused. Am I meant to be going up somewhere or down somewhere? Dragon pool energy. Is that the middle bit? No. Am I meant to just be escaping here? I think I am, aren't I? Instructions unclear. Now I do kind of sense I'm meant to be back in here somewhere. Oh, what's going on? Oh, no, we're flipping miles away. Oh, this dragon pool. Now it starts to make more sense. Blasphemite prices have spiked up a lot late in the ANA. They've gone up on the EU as well. I somewhat think it's probably got something to do with the fact that there might not be as much thaumaturgy being done recently, meaning that there could somewhat be a bit of a shortage of them. The fact that it's happening on both the EU and the NA kind of tells me it's not really shenanigans. Because you can often spot shenanigans because the pattern doesn't repeat itself. But when they've gone up both EU and NA, kind of tells me more than anything else that there's just a bit of a shortage of them. Or there's a run on needing them, which is also more likely the case. Now, because they're a byproduct for thaumaturgy, for them to go up in value is a bit of an indication that there's not that much thaumaturgy going on. And that's maybe because prices have been bumped up quite a bit recently. And those that were doing thaumaturgy were living off pre-patch bought materials. I, for example, spent nearly 10 million on mats before going into this season, thematigized it all, and have since sold out all of my stock. Now, if I've done that, I'm sure many others have done that as well. Meaning that maybe, as it stands right now, people are only or the blasphemite supply might be based upon only people burning through new mats now.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
The TLDRs we don't know, but there is more need for them, and there is less of a supply of them, which has made the price go up. Story mode and the 20 renown rep gives you 2 runed crests, and the neck ring craft gives you such a strong stat weight sticks. And one of the slots requires blasphemites. People are at peak gearing, aren't they now? We're a couple of weeks into the season. People are like peak gearing now. People are starting to make their crafted. People are making their crafted things to fill those final slots. People are trying to gem and enchant as optimally as possible. People are pushing keys. Like it's peak go mode. And so the demand for them is probably at the absolute highest. And if the supply is even slightly off, then hey presto, the price goes up.
Okay, get. Go on then. I'll be right here. Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
Alma Bears, puppy ball. The warm girl. Boys and girls, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to take my dog for a quick pee, because otherwise she's going to piss on the floor somewhere or do something silly. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Where do we get to? Still working through these quest lines, aren't we? Little dog. What's with all the woofing? What are we doing out here? Okay, we need to be careful that apparently we're not actually killing everything out here. Doing something out here. Almas. Hello. 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 Hi. Hi. In goblin mode already. Oh, very much so. Very much so. Ocean of prolonged power. Wink. Are the other dogs taken to her? They're both kind of like... Well, my older dog just couldn't care less about the puppy. But we sort of expected that to be the case because her back legs are going and she just gets annoyed by the puppy ends up flipping, you know, chewing her tail and all sorts of being annoying. Nipsa, though, is wanting to play with the puppy, but only when she wants to play, and hasn't quite learned that, unfortunately, the puppy doesn't run out of energy. And so they have mixed emotions right now. They play really nicely together a lot of the time. Then sometimes Nipsa just wants to rest, and Alma does not want to rest. Then they have an argument. It's quite funny. But yeah, give it time, and you know, when my two original dogs learn that this puppy isn't going anywhere, and more importantly, the puppy learns like its boundaries, they'll all be fine. They'll all be fine. Why is this not making these go boom properly? Why am I not getting credit for them going boom? Are we at the point... Is this the quest that doesn't fucking work? Maybe we're at the point where it doesn't work. I was pre-warned that something here was off. This feels like one of those, we need a foam sword situation on the go. That we accidentally one-shot the mobs and so it doesn't count. These ones seem to work alright. Or additional... Oh no, I was going to say that often hunters have weird interactions because they're pets, but I haven't even got the pet summoned right now. Had to go naked, I think. Let's grab all of these then. Right. Strip this goblin naked. How about now? No, still one-shotting shit. Right, we can't get more naked than naked. Haha, yeah, see? Stupid game. Do you have the whole body shrinker toy? Maybe. I don't know. This works. Yeah, the foam sword is fine if you just need to bonk things and take them to 1 HP, but you've got to use an item on this, which means the foam sword probably doesn't work. But taking all your gear off seems to work, so we'll go with that. You leveled blacksmithing in Legion? Yeah, blacksmithing was done when it was originally done. Technically, I've got these leveled, but just on annoyingly, I've got half of these professions leveled on characters that I absolutely don't touch. So I'm partly leveling these again, more than this being the first time. Hence why you may have noticed I've not been getting any achievements or anything for completing these, because I do technically already have them done. But my OCD wanting to have all of the professions leveled on the same characters, just for what will be ease of crafting stuff later, has convinced me to level a whole bunch of this stuff again. I'm stuck at 77. No recipe I have is granting points. It's hella expensive. For blacksmithing, I wouldn't be able to tell you because I did it back in Legion. You give me a minute though, I can just see what Zygor recommends. Let me find a few more of these planty plants quickly. One of you, one of you. $13. Already pew-pewed that one. Whoa, don't spawn on me, I got no gear on. Sons of bitches. One more. Okay, 15. Put my gear back on now. Legion blacksmithing, you say? Professions, blacksmithing, leveling, Legion. Demon Steel bars up to 65. Demon Steel Waist Guard. Collect 500 sightless eyes. Demon Steel Waist Guard, presumably rank 2 maybe. Create 12 Demon Steel Waist Guards to reach 100. So I think it's more about getting a rank 2 or maybe even a rank 3 recipe for something. Maybe you need the rank 3 version of the recipe for it to give skill points. That was the same when I did... What did I do in Legion recently? Maybe it was Inscription that, yeah, I needed to kill a raid boss a couple of times or something to get the rank 2 and the rank 3 versions of the recipes. The rank 1s didn't give the same skill points. You heard about the controversy of Legion Remix, where players want to speed up the game and the people making Remix wanted to make it more grindy, unlike how MOP Remix was, where it was super OP. I think they'll not make it as super OP as MOP Remix, but still sort of OP. Yeah, and I was at the forefront of that argument. I put 25 hours into testing Legion Remix and was in discussions in forums and discords and all sorts. And I've many a time already shared my view on opinions on the situation, so I won't bore people with it again, but the TLDR was that the biggest pushback was the fact that it wasn't remix. If we are to consider MOP remix, the formula for remix, what we got presented as Legion remix was not remix. It was Legion Classic Plus, which is not what people want. Individually, there are people that do want it that way. There are people that would like to relive Legion as, and feel steady levels of progression and meaningful choice when it comes to gearing and all this sort of bullshit. But that will come when we get Legion Classic. And that might even come in the future if we get Legion, Classic Plus. But what it wasn't was Legion Remix. And what we were after and what we were told we were getting is Legion Remix. So this is why the pushback was that, no, we don't want this slow, methodical, grindy system. We want something that allows us to relatively quickly become god tier power level overpowered, and we want to nuke the fuck out of everything. And we want to collect a bunch of currency, and we want to choose where we spend that currency. Yeah, slow, methodical, and time-gated was not what we asked for, but that's what they gave us. So hence the feedback was very, very quickly, fuck off, go back, do it again. Now, technically, we get a new remix build today, which is going to be testable again for another week, maybe 2, we will see. And so I'm going to be going back through remix again, leveling a new character, seeing how it feels this time, and seeing what changes and improvements they've come back with. Legion Alchemy Quest, enter the Eye of Azara dungeon. Oh, flipping out, we'll do that in a minute. Engineering, we need some fell slates, apparently. If I needed more ults, I'd want it to be as MOP was, but I don't, so I don't care how slow they decide to go. Yeah, I'm not discrediting. There are people that would quite like an alternative, game mode that you can slowly progress through and stuff, but that is not what Remix has been sold to us as previously. We fundamentally, if you're going to sell us a remix, sell us a remix. If you're going to give us Legion Classic Plus, tell us it's going to be Legion Classic Plus. It's about expectations. The expectations we have from Missa Pandaria remix is that you can get god tier overpowered within a reasonable amount of time, and you can blast through stuff. You can eventually end up soloing dungeons and raids and, just destroying everything in your path. And so hence why that's what everybody wants when you sell as Legion Remix. If they came out and told us that it's going to be a slower, more methodical, progression-based system, then sure, but don't call it Remix. It's like, I can't show this on stream because I'm streaming, but it reminds me of, who remembers the Come Fly With Me program with Matt Lucas and, what's his name? The Little Britain guys. The second series they did in the airport. There's one bit where they're on a plane and they're flying to Barcelona from Ireland. And then they've been in the air about 2 minutes, and then they announced that they're landing. And one of the passengers was like, "Well, what's going on here? We're nowhere near Barcelona." And it's like, it's okay. We have a bus to get you to Barcelona. We go, but the bus goes all the way through mainland Europe before eventually ending in Barcelona. And it's kind of like, well, at that point you've been missold, haven't you? You've been sold the wrong thing. And that's how Legion Remix felt, really. In Legion Remix, our expectations of Remix was get god tier overpowered, level fast, nuke shit, have fun, collect some cosmetics while you do it. But what they gave us was not that. And this was the thing. It wasn't terrible what they gave us. It just wasn't what they said they were giving us. If they told us they were doing a Legion Classic Plus experience where it's going to go over, you know, Season of Discovery Legion Edition, if they told us that's what they were doing, we would have, you know, valued it based on that. That's not what they said. They said they were giving us a Legion remix. And so the comparisons to Mop Remix are the right comparisons to make. It's not our fault they didn't give us that. Oh, it's W, isn't it? It's Manthus not being able to spell again. 20 wildfowl eggs. Big gamey ribs. Are we doing engineering still here? We are. Why am I buying flipping eggs and meat? 20 of those, apparently. Like a McDonald's salad. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, if you're after something, you know, filling and slightly dirty, being presented a McDonald's salad is not where it's at, is it? On its own merits, there's nothing wrong with a salad. It's not what you're after when you're going into McDonald's. And if you are the kind of person that orders a salad in McDonald's, you are mental. High Mountain Salmon. I have to pronounce
Let's
the L.
make sweet, sweet profit together.
Thank you very much for the sub, War Pride. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Black Barracudas. Wildly confused why I'm buying all of this for the purpose of engineering, but I put my trust in Zygor. Create one Reeves module, snack distribution mode. Oh, okay. That's probably why, isn't it? That's probably why. Snack distribution, something or other. Snack distribution mode. 2020. Ah! Bingo. Use the Reeves module snack distribution mode. Apply it. Snack distribution mode added. Beautiful. Now we've got modular modifications.
Have a good one.
Here comes the boom. They stole all my fireworks, the little scamps. You didn't see them. I was just on the verge of creating a new module for Reeves when these kids came in here and ran off with all my fireworks. I need them back if I'm going to finish what you're working on.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Shit like this, by the way, is why Legion crafting was the best it's ever been. Quite literally.
Yes? What is it? We have
Because
field tests to conduct.
time and effort was put into them.
Run along now.
Not
Drawing board.
copy-paste attempt to balance with a spreadsheet. While I very much appreciate the revamp to the profession system, the added layers to it does, for me, make it more enjoyable. It's very bland relative to what Legion was able to do. Copy paste bugged code at that, yeah, clearly. She's eating the skirting, was she? Oh, Jesus. Where's she now? Alma Bears, what are you doing? Alma. Yes, that's what's going on. Move in your mouth. Apple's tail. Tail floof. Now, oh, give me a second, boys and girls. She's gone mental. Okay. Just being a terrorist. Damn dog. Kind of appropriate for some Doritos to create a snack module. It kind of is, actually. You're not wrong. Good observation. Mine's eating the skirting, putting a hole in the wall, eating the drywall. Yes, she made a hole and ate the fucking wall. Oh, we love dogs. Let's not forget, we love dogs. Right, Guardian healed. Who else are we healing? 2 more people need bandages. Who needs bandages then? Around here somewhere. Why does nobody want bandages? Oh, more fireworks. Yoink. Also on the cards. Oh, hello. One more over in this corner by the looks of things. Oh, no, these are more fireworks. Want to see something funny? From you, Pussymus, I'm not too sure I do. Kitty fun? Wait, what is this? It was a K-Chat clip. Wait, hang on, hang on. Hang on, what is this? Hang on. Hang on. Can you guys hear this?
Holy shit. Now I found what the cats are looking at. Holy shit. My fucking god. Oh my fucking god, guys. Right, I'm just putting it on AFK a minute.
No! No, 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 no. Why is he not clip farming?
My fucking god, guys. Right, I'm just putting it on AFK a minute.
Why would you not clip farm the fuck out of that? Was it a spider?
Centipede. It is the biggest spider I've seen in the UK in my life. Like, both the cats were just sat there on the floor, just opposite each other, like, what's going on? They're being really chilled out. They don't usually sit next to each other, and there's this massive spider in between them. Like, this thing was huge.
English house spiders, man, are fucking gross. Those things are the size of your hand, and they just they're flipping horrible. I'd rather it be a mouse or a rat, to be honest. British house spiders are outrageous. I can't believe he didn't take the opportunity to clip farm the living Christ out of that, though. Oh, that was actually quite funny. Google Irish bog spider. For the purpose of arachnophobics out there, I'm not going to do that on stream. But like, yeah, I can only imagine. This gentle giant is the spider you're most likely to find in your home. It's also one of our fastest invertebrates, running up to 0.5 meter a second on legs that can span 75 millimeters. Lovely, lovely. Fly lover, be gone. Yeah, it's I am on record for saying I am not the biggest fan of spiders. They like to jump as well. Lovely stuff. Just what everybody wants from a spider. Its ability to jump.
Need help?
I've just healed all of these dudes. Why have I got to heal them all again?
Hello.
Calibration system, I guess. Calibrate the gun. I've made a deal with the spiders around here. Be outside or die. Well, fortunately for me, Finland doesn't have spiders. So I'm not too bothered. And when they do have spiders, they're not spiders. they're like tiny little things. To bandage 3 more guards again, and can't find any. There's one.
Hey. Salutations.
1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Do you have a question? Ambition is the mother of invention.
Keep it real. Glad I could help.
No spiders at all. I mean, Finland has spiders, but like, not really. Not ones that you are concerned about in any way, shape, or form. Could you reenact it? Oh my god, what is the dog looking at? I'm safe in saying that my dogs have never brought anything into the house worse than like maybe a tick, but that's, you know, pretty standard when you own dogs. My oldest dog caught a woodpecker once. That was fun. Apple caught a woodpecker and was like walking around with this woodpecker in her mouth, and this woodpecker was screaming for its life. And she was just like, "Look, humans, look what I got! Look at this squeaky toy that won't shut up." And I don't know how many of you have seen a woodpecker up close, but they're not small birds either. But remember, you only see the male, and they're always a couple. Oh, you claiming that for every one you see, there's a second somewhere nearby? Just be warned, it's getting cold. Keep those windows closed if you don't like spiders. Well, that's what they do, isn't it? They come inside to get in the, you know, to stay in the warmth. People keep their houses warm. And when outside stops being warm, they're like, well, I'm going to go get warm, please. Thanks. See you later. One of my cats once ate half a guinea pig, left the rest in front of the back door. I stepped on that with bare feet. Oh my god. Jesus. By my understanding, or at least let me put it this way, I've never lived anywhere where a guinea pig is a wild animal. Are there such things as wild guinea pigs, or was that somebody's pet that was very unfortunate? I mean, that would make the whole the whole thing all the more tragic. But oh dear, cat like to bring in night moths and then they just drop them on your face as a present. Lovely. Mice too, they like the warm. Yeah, I think that's pretty general, isn't it? You know, people keep their houses warm, and wildlife is like, I like warm too. Yeah, this is why some places in America, and especially for any Team Australia out there, woof, I couldn't be doing with the creepy crawlies and the bugs in these places. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If Mother Nature's going to kill me in some way, shape or form, I want to see what it is that kills me. Is why I don't mind that Finland has bears. Like, none of this bothers me. Because if I come face to face with a bear and the bear wins, at least, you know, at least I saw it coming. Stepping on a flipping black widow and then dying is no fun. No fun whatsoever. Snake bites man in toilet. Oh no, I don't want to know what it bites. Please be his ankle. Please be his ankle. Please be his ankle.
Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
Plus bears are in the deep forest, we are not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, once a year you hear of a bear that's clearly just got lost. It's clearly woke up in a daze and got lost. It doesn't mean to be where it is. Aha, Murloc trinkets. Collecting. What are we doing with these fish? Oh, wow. This is just a flipping world quest. Sack off doing world quests. Need me some Murloc trinkets, please. Snake meets snake. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not reading that. One-eyed snake met a two-eyed snake. Oh dear. Well, that's one way to go. Probably not the preferred method, but... Queen's kind of safe. One snake and one spider that are venomous, not Australia levels. Yeah, there's one venomous snake in Finland. And then there's only two types of snakes really in Finland. One's venomous, one's not. I've seen both of them. But even the venomous one isn't like... It's not going to kill you. It's just going to, you know, gonna hurt, but it's not going to kill you.
Here's a small taste of my fell magic.
Where are these Murloc trinkets? Why can I not find any more Murloc trinkets? Are they just these ones by... Oh, there's one. How many do I need? I need flipping out. I still need 3 more. Oh wait, is that one? It is, but I can't grab that one apparently. On 2 more. Do these things respawn, or have I just missed some of them? Mickey's morning visit to the toilet was surprised on Wednesday by a sudden sharp pain in his testicles after he sat down. Oh, it's funny because it's not me. Oh, shit. It's funny because it's not me. The best kind of funny. Oh, there's trinkets over here, look. Wink. Which snake won, the big one or the small one? Well, it depends how lucky the man was, really, doesn't it? In more ways than one. Stormheim shells? Oh, I have been killing shit around here. Why have I not been getting these? Oh. Oh, this is going to be bugged, isn't it? Because the fucking world quest is here. Shit. Do I need to... I think I need to fly out of here and fly back in again. This is going to cause a phasing issue, I reckon, because it's...
Ah, scrap the plan. Just blow something up.
That... Just do the world quest and it clears it all, does it? Okay. I thought I had. Let me fly properly out of the zone. And then come back. No, it's still spawning fucking stupids. Okay. Now I'm confused how I do this. Alright. Maybe I'll come back to that after I figure it out. Do the Eye of Azhara dungeon. Is it also because the Legion Assault is here right now? Is that also going to be what's maybe fucking me up? Maybe I have to come back here when the Legion Assault's not on. Or complete the Legion Assault. If I complete the Legion Assault, does it all go away? Try. The man beat it to death with a toilet brush? Damn. Extreme. It's not the kind of stress you need when you get in the bathroom in the morning, eh?
This place is fraught with demon filth. A prime target approaches. The growth of your power is most impressive. The Legion knows your name and fears it.
Just ahead, a new target. Send it screaming back to the twisting nether.
I can't even remember. How do you clear the assault?
That wretch
You have to
didn't
complete
stand a
all of the
chance.
world quests. I don't seem to have a... Or if I do, I can't sit... Where... Do I have any, like, progress bar for the Legion Assault? I don't know. Maybe we just come back to this. Because I can't flip and remember. Right, Eye of Azhara dungeon. Where's Eye of Azhara? In Azuna? This one? Eye of Azhara. Use group finder to enter this dungeon. That's not going to work anymore, is it? That's not going to work right now. Wasn't it do X amount of world quests, then you get another quest? Finish it up? Maybe. I'm pretty sure it's because the Legion Assault is up why I can't do this.
The Legion defiles the shores of Stormheim. Do not allow a single demon to remain. I'll crack open your flesh and feed upon your soul.
The week of September 23rd, the mock time walking this time round will actually have a raid. That'll be interesting. Not done Legion raids, Miss and Pandaria raids, like, properly. Obviously, we remix them, but that's not really what you call properly.
My eyes see all.
You have to do a scenario after the quest as well that requires a group to actually enter and complete. Oh, really? That mean Legion assaults aren't possible solo still, even to this day? No way. It's all legacy content. Surely that's been fixed. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out soon. What am I doing in Legion? I'm actually doing the professions out here, believe it or not. But because Legion had quest lines for the professions, we're working our way through those. And it's, yeah, arguably a bit of remix practice as well, I suppose. We're going to be in Legion a lot in the upcoming future.
Well done, hero. You have saved many noble souls from becoming fuel for the Legion's foul magic.
Okay, well, concealed corruption. What about this one then? I didn't think you had to do all of the side hustles. Did the Legion assault a couple of months ago. Needed a group for the scenario, but there were people around, so it wasn't that bad. Oh, wow, okay, sure. Got an assault the other day, was stuck in a queue for 30 minutes, moved on. Okay. What is considered a group? 3?
The shattered core of a fallen fell
Because, I mean,
is giving rise to a host of aberrations.
I
The core fragments before the Legion can salvage their creation.
I can arguably trigger half of that solo. Why we have multiple accounts. Or I'll just get some of you guys to come and do it. Better still. Reaver core fragments. Oh, where did that bag of goodies go? $11, $12.
Such massive Legion war machines are ill suited to this terrain. They should think twice before sending another.
Okay, apparently there's one more to do. This is turning into quite the squirrel. Not the squirrel I was expecting, but quite the squirrel all the same.
Dispatches its all-seeing eyes to spy on our war.
Click altars, close portals. I do kind of remember doing these.
They have learned can be used against us.
Dog. Dog's there, she's fine. Oh, that's not a portal. Portal. Bingo.
Remain vigilant, champion. We must watch for our enemy, just as they are watching us.
What now? I've cleared the map. Nothing happened. Okay. Many confused. Is it because I've never done the quest lines in this zone on this character? That's also a strong possibility. Maybe there's some sort of flipping, you need to unlock this shit somehow. Right, we might just be a bit stun locked on completing engineering if this is the case. Well, it's not the end of the world because it's about time to end the stream for today anyway. But kind of annoying. Well, in an hour's time, the Legion Assault goes away, so I can come back to this in a little bit. Good opportunity to go get some food. Boys and girls, keep your eyes open for the PTR build today. There's going to be a new update. You still have 13 minutes, what, to the 420? We have a new update coming at some point today for a new update for Legion Remix, which we'll probably be testing for most of tomorrow. There is, of course, reset day tomorrow to contest with as well, which means we might do a bit of a wombo combo. We will see, but there's the CDN Watcher channel over on Discord is what tracks and updates when we get new builds. So, you might see me doing some remix this evening, potentially, if it turns up early enough. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now. Hope it's the fun patch. Well, yeah, you and me both. I hope they really do take the feedback on board and have gone away and reconsidered their options. The question for me is what fees, because the whole flipping thing felt like it could do with a redesign. They're certainly not going to do that in 5 minutes, are they? So, just kind of, I'm not getting too excited for Legion Remix until we see this update. And I hope tomorrow doesn't end up being in too much of Ranthius mode because they haven't fucking changed anything. But we will see. We'll see what they deliver. Hopefully they'll actually give us some patch notes as well this time. The patch notes for the last build were borderline insulting. Can I find them quickly? Hello. No. Where's Blizzard forums? The fact you search for Blizzard dev notes and it brings you to Wowhead before it takes you to the official page is actually bananas. Oh, I can't find it. Either way, they better give us some proper blue notes, blue notes, so that we know what the hell's going on. But anyway, either way, what's the website that tracks the updates on the PTR? It's not so much a website as it's a Discord bot that I have over in the Discord. It's the CDN Watcher. Tracks whenever we get new builds, it posts in the Discord. I've got it set up for most Blizzard related products. So you can keep your eyes on that channel and it will show you when, you know, retail, wow, 11.2 build updated, for example. So later on today we'll get an update for the Remix, hopefully. But anyway, boys and girls, once again, thank you very much for turning up. Please feel free to come say hi on the Discord. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. If I don't catch you later, I'll catch you tomorrow with reset day and a little bit of remix either way. Have a good one. Peace.